Okay, guys, let's do this. Danganronpa Another 2 begins. Again. Investigation plus trial. It's gonna be a late night. I think we can all agree. Oh, yeah. The other one with an incentive to kill her would be Teria, right? Because Teria is the only confirmed non-void, and if he knew she was gonna come out as a void, he could have killed her. I also don't think Teria was with us at the parade. Actually, who even was with us at the parade? Kanade? Yoruko? Nikkei. Who else? Shinji. I guess we'll go over the information. Alright. Lord, that is a lot of blood. Okay, where to even start with this? It's Setsuka's corpse that has been laid on the altar. It's been butchered to pieces. Ugh. I thought I had a pretty strong stomach, but this is too much. Hey, don't force yourself. I'll cover the body for you. Nikkei. No, I appreciate the thought, but let me investigate as well. The more people that investigate, the easier the class trial will be. If you say so. Excuse me then. Setsuka's corpse was dismembered so that each part was on top of each pillar of the altar, just as the monocrophile said. I didn't notice them before, but each pillar had the Chinese letter for each body part written on it. And the body parts were laying so that each letter matched accordingly. That is extremely fucked up. So they went along with the attraction gimmick. The sign in front of the altar said the following: sacrifice the body of your most precious one. Then the devil will be summoned to grant your wishes. There's no way that the killer actually believed this, right? Even if they did, butchering someone else's body is barbaric, disgusting, and simply inhumane. This was probably a copycat crime, just like with Kokoro's case and the curse of the Yuki Onna. I decided to take a look closer at each body part, trying my best not to throw up while doing so. First, I looked at the chest area, laying in the center of the altar. The edges were trimmed off extremely clean. Even I could tell that this was the work of a professional. The monocrophile mentioned the torso being missing. And sure enough, so it was. Her stomach, below the solar plexus, was completely missing. It's so disgusting. It doesn't seem like they hid it somewhere else in here. Then where did the culprit put it? And why did they only take the torso away? It seemed pointless to worry about that now, so I moved on to the other parts. Come to think of it, there was another detail about the corpse that the monocrophile mentioned. Bruises. There were traces of bruises on each body part. As I'm not a doctor, I'm not an expert on this matter, but the bruises raise a new question. The murder weapon was something sharp, so the bruises weren't the direct cause of Setsuka's death. Would that mean that after Setsuka died, or just before she died, the culprit, for some reason, damaged each body part to cause bruises? But what caused those bruises? This could be a crucial piece of evidence. I looked into the corpse for a few minutes more, but I wasn't able to find any more notable details. That, and I wasn't able to investigate the body anymore in its horrifying state. Are you alright? I told you not to overwork yourself. I'm fine. I just can't gloss over the body when there's a class trial coming up, right? That aside, you became very friendly, Nikkei, even if we're on a truce. It feels like you've reverted back to when we first met. Well, the situation called for it. Why is there a problem with that? No, thanks. I'll go and search the other areas. Missing abdomen, bruised corpse. Siobai, are you investigating the body? By the way, it's nice seeing you investigate, compared to the last trials anyway. Hey, could you move? I'm trying to think here. Why is he suddenly investigating? He was sleeping last time. Didn't Siobai have a moment where he was like, I actually don't know who did this shit? He did. I know he did. Let's review the monochrome file again, just because I don't remember. The victim is Setsuka Chiebukuro. The time of death is unknown. The body was found inside the altar of the haunted house from Block A. The neck, shoulders, wrists, thighs, and ankles were cut, dismembering the body into 10 pieces. The torso is also missing. The murder weapon is a sharp object. The bones of the severed arms and legs have cracked traces. Okay. Damn it! Nikkei, how goes the investigation? Well, I'm not exactly knowledgeable enough to do an autopsy. What's Siobai doing? I don't know, he's silent. I wonder what he's thinking. Teria. Huh? Sora, what's wrong? Well, I was wondering if you knew anything about the case. Especially since you weren't with us throughout today, along with a few others. Okay, so that confirms he was not at the parade. Sus Teria. I feel sorry about that, but I didn't find a clue about your innocence yet. But I'll come back once I fully regain my memories and learn the truth about you. That's all good, but the class trial comes first. Ah, no. You're right. Actually, there was something weird that happened while I was doing the item check today. I was doing my daily checkup for each area this morning, but something was off with the infirmary. You know that they keep blood packs in the refrigerator there, right? Well, somebody took them all. Why? Jordan! Thank you for the 55 months.
Okay, fine.
Okay, fine. You can sub. It's fine. It's cool. Whatever. Hope you've been well. I haven't talked to you in a little bit, so... Miss you. Okay. Somebody took blood packs. Interesting. I was thinking the amount of blood at the scene of the crime is a bit excessive, but, like, it's an anime murder mystery game, so who knows. Been busy around family? Oh wait, are you back in the country? Or are they visiting? You have COVID? Ah, shit. You came back for your brother's wedding? Oh, congrats. Is that the Epic 7 account, brother? Hey, well, sadly, a lot of the time, like, when a lot of people travel, you're almost bound to get COVID. That's what happened at the last Peng Nation meetup. Like, literally, I want to say 80% of our group got COVID. So I hope you're doing okay. Get Paxlovid if you can. It helped me a lot. All of them? Yeah, just yesterday, they were all definitely there. That's not all. The medical kit with the bandages, ointment, and antibiotics. Somebody took all of that as well. You had COVID 2 times? I can't imagine, Wolf Hunter. I can't imagine. I had COVID once in October, and it honestly was... I had one spooky day where I got a really bad fever, and I was like, oh my god. And then after that, the medication made everything better. But when I came back this afternoon, they were back there in its place. But the blood packs were still missing. Yeah, I was gonna tell you guys right away. But with the motive yesterday night, I wasn't in my right mind to tell you. If I knew a murder like this would happen soon, I would have told you immediately. I work at a nursing home, but all it is hyped up flu. I raw dogged the first time I had COVID and it was awful. Thankfully, I'm in a first world country and have modern medicine. Well, yes. So wait, you're still in the US then? Or did you go back? Also, Jordan, if I remember correctly, and you don't have to respond to this if you don't want to because you're not in a private setting, but I feel like you probably... Your next move was supposed to be decided soon, right? Matt? I'm moving back to the stupid South? Really? Can I ask what state? Texas! At least, I mean, you'll be like, what, you'll be an hour ahead of me? That's gonna be amazing. Ooh, I'm gonna come visit you. Ooh, can't stop me. Anyway. Calm down. There's no proof that the culprit used those blood packs, so don't blame yourself. Not in a great part? Yeah, that's the thing. Texas is a fucking massive state. And, like, there's a few cities that are very well known, and the rest of the state, who the frick knows? Move to Georgia? Can't. He's under strict orders. If you did say Georgia, though, I was gonna say that you could go to Lamar, which is where Tux is. Because, you know, he's the queen of... You know what? Never mind. You're so over the South. Wait, Jordan, where the hell did you live when I first met you? Because you had not gone to Europe yet. It was somewhere, like, it was like a bumfuck place. I don't remember, though. Arkansas, yeah. Okay, now I remember. Well, maybe Texas will be better than Arkansas. Jordan might not be trying to dox himself that hard. Just one state over, yeah. I'm sorry. Well, I for one am just happy you will be closer. If the medical kit was returned soon after... Oh, this is not him talking. If the medical kit was returned soon after, maybe someone other than the culprit needed it for a moment. You're being considerate as always. Thanks, but I feel like this might be related to the case. So maybe my account could help us out in the trial. For someone to take the blood packs, could it be that it was the work of the culprit? It might be important. I should write this down. Okay. She died in such a dreadful, terrifying way, don't you agree? Even I feel disgusted by this horror. You know, you're sus too, Mikado. Should we sus Mikado? I'm actually a bit sus of Mikado. I would say number 1 sus Iroha, 2 Kanade, 3 Mikado. Because Mikado could have killed her to shut her up, since he already is confirmed, like, lead Void Chan. You know what I mean? You like Mikado? Your face says otherwise. Who? What meaning do faces have to a person like me? I guess it's because Mikado's not just trash. Mikado is a red fish? A red herring, my friend Bubble Wand? I don't know. But a psychopath that he can't empathize. That he can't empathize in this situation. You finally beat Octopath 1, just started 2 today. Oh my gosh, Octopath 2 has been so good so far. I love it. Absolutely love it. I love everything I'm playing right now, to be honest. We played Fire Emblem today, but I was close to being like, fuck it, I want more Octopath. Shockingly, you started as a Temenos. Temenos is... Temenos is probably my second favorite character. Yeah. I fucking love Temenos. My favorite, though, is Particio. Have you met him yet? Also, there's definitely a side of you that enjoys Agnia, Jordan, so just... Oh, you only played for 15 minutes. Okay, so you gotta check out the cast. That's cool. You have a lot to look forward to. That game is so good so far. Sora, I think you forgot to say that in blue font. I guess it's because Mikado's not just trash, but a psychopath that he can't empathize in this situation. Merchant was your third? Let's go. The Merchant seems cool. He is really cool. Actually, the Merchant and the Dancer are my two mainstays. I will use them in my party no matter what, and the other ones all fluctuate. Yeah. Why is her hair down? Hibiki. Hibiki has been in this state since entering the haunted house. I don't think she can hear me. Iroha, what are you doing?
Sora. Well, this is the crime scene, so it must have the most amount of clues, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Did you play Temenos' first chapter, Jordan? Because it's so good. It's so good.
So I was trying to investigate this place, but with Setsuka's body over there and the smells of blood...
You don't have to force yourself to search here, Iroha. As Nikkei said, leave this place to us and investigate some other places in the meantime.
No, I'll do what I can. That ghost house seems to be the key place in this.
Delightful.
Oh, hello, Steven. Probably gonna lurk and do it? Alright, good luck. I was just going through my list of susses for this. I was going over my list of susses. Number 1 is Iroha. Number 2 is Kanade. Number 3 is Mikado. That's my top 3. For freaks.
That reminds me, I saw Hibiki entering this place just before and...
Hibiki, I thought she was resting in her room today.
I don't know about that. I saw her when I was heading to the Mirror Mansion at 6 p.m.
Wait! Did Kanade's stock in the murder just go up?
to meet up with Setsuka.
Why would you not have told us this? That's so sus. I'm sorry.
She was using her handbook to enter this place. What's wrong, Sora?
Nothing. It's just that what you said just might prove to be very crucial evidence to this case. Thank you, and don't force yourself to investigate the body, so you take care of things you can, Iroha.
Okay, thanks for being so considerate, Sora.
Hibiki entering the haunted house, and even before the parade meeting of all times. Was she just entering this place for no reason, or was she... It's a fireplace. There was a small bonfire lit here originally, but that burned out with the blackout. Somebody did this to get rid of all sources of light from the haunted house. The fireplace obviously is connected to the chimney horizontally and acts as a way to rid the smoke inside. It's quite small. I looked inside of the fireplace just in case the smell of ashes and dust welcomed my face. The fireplace itself was quite large, but the chimney inside was quite long and short. No Santa is going to make it through to his way to deliver presents through this small pathway. Okay, so this is really pointing towards that the killer was a small person. So somebody that could kill without using the handbook, right? I'm tempted to say Kanade and Hibiki might be more suspicious than Iroha. As I was checking the chimney, I was able to find something totally unexpected. What are these black plastic bags? There were some used up black plastic bags thrown away amongst the firewood. I almost didn't notice it with it being black and this place being so dark. Is this always here? Today was the first and only time that the fire was put out. If that was here before, it would have already melted from the fire. Perhaps these are traces left by the culprit. This looks to be crucial evidence. Lucifer's room. Satan's altar. Dedicate the body of a precious person, then your wish may come true. What a cliche setting. So Iroha number 1, Kanade 2, and Mikado 3. And my reasoning is, Kanade seems like a void, and Setsuka was about to tell us that she was a void. Mikado and Kanade would have the same motive in that case, because they both want to, like, silence her so she doesn't let the cat out of the bag. Honorable mention fourth sus would be Teria. But I don't think so. It's the fuse box that produces the electricity for the whole ghost house. Oh, this is... Inside, all the electrical wires were cut. So this was why the haunted house had a blackout. Although right now the emergency electricity is flowing thanks to Monocro. The person who cut these must be the culprit. This could be used as evidence. I must write this down. So, wait, guys. When we first visited... Yeah, okay. After the parade, when we visited this area, it was still dark, but there was no body, right? It pretty much has to be one of the little girls. Like, there's almost no universe where it's not one of... It has to be Iroha, Kanade, or Hibiki. Probably Kanade and Hibiki at the same time. Like, I guess Mikado is small too, so we can't rule out Mikado. So my top 3 remains, but still, that's... It has to be someone small, because of the chimney. They're gonna use the chimney to enter the scene of the crime without using the handbook. I can already tell you. Yeah, for real. Let's go and get some more investigation juice. I'll be right back. It'll look out.
Where are you?
Okay. What is this? Sign... Beelzebub's room. Why would there be this much blood? Oh, I can't even go to these other rooms. This is a sign for the haunted house. It's got a Western-style old castle motif, but it is said that demons are sealed here. It's a folding screen with an ominous picture reminiscent of hell itself. Huh? Hold on a minute. Was it always located this up front? Feeling that something was off, I checked behind the screen. Oh! The folding was originally located right next to the wall, but it was moved a bit out forward. And in that space, there was a space big enough to fit a human being, or more importantly, his blood. There was a large pool of blood in the space behind the folding screen. So this is where they cut her up? Is that what you're going to tell me? Because that is really awful and disgusting. So much that it would make large sloshes when stepped on. What does this mean? For there is to be this much blood behind the hidden space behind the screen. On closer look, all the blood trails leading up to the altar originated from this place. Was the folding screen like this when we were searching for Setsuka? I guess I didn't check it thoroughly with to this place being so dark. Even now with the dim light, it was hard to notice it until I got real close. But one thing was for sure, there was enough space for someone to hide behind the screen. Folding screen, I should write this down. Shinji, what are you doing? Whoa, Sora! Investigating hard as usual? Could you stop doing that? It makes me feel like I'm some sort of big boss of a Yakuza clan. Sorry about that. I was looking into the gate records. The gate records. Yeah, Yuki told me that with this island, we can keep track of our alibis using the gate records. I didn't fully understand what he meant by that, so I was looking into it. Yuki's got a better brain between us, so I've got to listen to him. But as you can see, I'm not good with machines. I barely can even use the handbooks. The gate records. Yuki has a point. After all, the murder definitely seems like it happened inside Setsuka Land. And although Satsuki Island, oops. Anyways, and although our names don't show up, we can try to validate our alibis by using the timestamps shown on it. I'll help you out. Thank you. If you push the panel here, the screen does show up, but you need to slide the screen, like so. See? You get a record of all the people who passed the gates for each day. Whoa! The technology these days is amazing. Amazing. Even mobile phones these days all have at least this level of technology. Have you been living under a rock? Sorry. I don't know much about these stuff. Let's see. For today's records... Okay. So... Okay, this is hard to get anything from. And the reason is because we don't know at what point it stopped recording because of the body discovery announcement. I guess you can assume the body discovery announcement caused all the people at 58 to enter, right? So, I think the person... Okay, Setsuka has to have been 1755. And her killer was 1757. 1924 has to be, Sora after the parade. Because she went in and out. Oh. And then WN... Okay, so the first person to enter was the killer. And they left after. So... They were hiding behind the partition? That's stupid, because what if I had found them when I went to investigate? Wow. Anyway,
The confusing statements don't make any sense.
Okay, sorry. I'm not explaining this well enough. First killer, second Setsuka, third Sora. Then Sora first out, killer second out. Setsuka never left. Why? Because she's dead. So this means the person that killed her... Like, really recently. That's a lot of lines. No, considering what happened today, there isn't much new info about it. The 4 records listed at 1958 are back when you, Yuki, Kanade, and I were searching for Setsuka. You're right. And the gate system was turned off after the body was found. So we were the last people to enter the place recorded by this. Then we should take note of these 5 records between 1755 to 1942. Well, the ID that went inside at 1924 and went out at 1936. That's gotta be me. So we only have to check the other 3. That's you? How can you be so sure when your name doesn't show up? Even if it's just the ID, I do remember the time that I went inside. I mean, it's only been an hour since then. This was back when we had to split up to search for Setsuka. I see. Sora, did you see anyone while you were inside the haunted house? No. Actually, no one actually. There wasn't anyone. Nor any blood trails and corpses for that matter. If there was, I would have told you immediately. Please believe me on this. No, it's not that I don't believe you, but by these records, you went out at 1936 and somebody else had gotten out of the ghost house 6 minutes later. So that would mean that there was someone inside when you had entered the ghost house back then. You're right. The ID WN2LB7. This person went inside at 1755. So that would mean that this person stayed inside during 1755 to 1942, almost 2 hours. But I didn't find anyone there. Am I the only one who got chills here? So that ID must be the culprits, right? The culprit must have entered the ghost house at some point. What about the chimney? So they must have hid themselves somewhere inside when you came in. Is that so? I guess I could have missed someone with the blackout and everything. So if we go over that one last time, WN2LB7 is the culprit who entered at 1755 to leave at 1942. HJ0IB8, who entered at 1924 to leave 12 minutes later, is you. What about KU5PO1, who entered at 1757? What about this person? There is no out record for them. That's probably Setsuka. If the case happened at the ghost house, and if Setsuka died here, there would be no out record of her, right? Right, Setsuka. The one thing I don't understand is, according to these records, both Setsuka and the culprits should have been inside the ghost house when I entered there, but I'm positive I gave quite a thorough search inside there. Even if there was a blackout, could I really have missed 2 people? God, I am so, should I go back to the VOD and look at when we first entered it to see if that partition was against the wall or not? Because, wow. If they were just hiding behind a partition, that is so sloppy. And if that's true, then I could have stopped Setsuka's death while I was in there. Sora, please don't make such a face. It's not your fault. Anyway, we need to catch the culprit who did such a terrible thing. No, we must catch them. Oh, Shinji, are you trying to cheer me up? How sweet of you. Thanks, you're right. I've got to do my best for Setsuka's sake. These Gates records will probably be important evidence in this case. I should definitely write this down. Oh, right, Sora! There was something I wanted to ask you. Yes, what is it? I was gonna visit the swimming pool during the daytime to take my mind off things. And the pool at Block C was prohibited from entering. So I was wondering if you knew anything about it. Prohibited from entering? What do you mean? First time I've heard of such a thing. Well, there was this picket saying that it was against the rules to use the pool while it was time for pool sanitation. But when we were searching for Setsuka, that picket had been taken down. Then wasn't it just the case that it was just the pool sanitation time when you went there? But up until yesterday, we had used the swimming pool without anything like that being brought up. So I thought it felt too sudden. Alright then, I'll investigate more of Block A in the meantime. The pool, Shinji's words do have a point. I should go there to investigate as well. Interesting. What the fuck happened at the pool? It's the flower bed decorated next to the haunted house. I doubt there would be anything worth investigating out here. Something is shining in the bushes. Is this a clothespin or a hair clip? Like Kanade's? The shining thing was a pin of some sort, probably used to hold something. There were multiple of them on the ground, and were scattered as if something tried to hide them here. Right? Why would there be pins in a flower bed? With this place being quite close to the crime scene, I doubt this was just a coincidence. I don't know what they were used for. They could be evidence. Let's keep them in my mind. Okay. Yuki, what are you investigating? Oh, Sora. I'm just checking the attraction board records one by one. Ah, I heard it from Shinji. It would be easy to get alibis using the records. Huh. He couldn't participate in the investigation of the ghost house, too. This is nothing like Yuri or Kokoro's. What kind of person would do this? So, I have to do everything I can. Sora, check the records if you have time. Okay. Okay. Hey, Kisuan. Yoriko.
Oh, Sora! Sorry, I wanted to help investigate the ghost house, but the smell... It's too much for me to handle.
Anyone would be, but I had to. I had to make sure I'd investigated everywhere.
It was difficult for you too?
Absolutely. I'm a person too. It's a resting place between attractions. There's a shelter where you can relax. Okay. One of the attractions, a rotating coffee cup. Get in the big cup and it rotates around and around. It makes you sick if you look at it for too long. Yep, that is my least favorite ride ever. This is one of the attractions. It seems to be a ride to escape a huge maze of mirrors. It looks too dizzy. I don't want to go in. What? There's a clue in there. Sora! There were dolls used for the parade. Despite their stupid looks, their performance during the parade were fabulous. Come to think of it, the dolls in Block A and C had switched places during the parade. Taking that fact into account, I decided to investigate the dolls inside the warehouse. These dolls must be the same ones outside the storage room, right? Does that mean that if you program the dolls outside the garage, they can also be used to move by themselves? I checked inside the dolls by opening the zipper on its back, but there was nothing inside. It's just an empty doll suit. What kind of mechanism would make this move on its own? I wonder if these can be used as evidence. Setsuka must have died around the time of the parade. That would mean that these dolls might be related to the case as well. So it wouldn't hurt to write them down. Okay. Okay. Train takes off from Block B. 2 trains for each. I don't know. Train operates at 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, or basically every other hour. It's a bit over 20 o'clock right now, so the last train of the day is operating as of right now. There wasn't anything special to note here, so I should just write down the timetable and get over with it. I hope that this does not be an important detail in the trial, because it's very confusing. Okay. So they said we should go to the pool, right? The pool. According to Shinji, you couldn't enter during the daytime due to a pool sanitation. I guess since I'm already here, I should check the gate records. Okay. So somebody went in. I really should have written down the times of the previous thing. Somebody went in and never came out. Somebody went in and stayed for 5 hours. Did 2 people go to the pool together in the morning? We need to confirm that. And then there's this person that stayed in the pool for 5 hours. And also recently went in and out. That could have been somebody investigating, though. Okay. Oh, it's starting to make sense. They cut Setsuka up somewhere else and set her in that garbage bag down the chimney. And they probably escaped the chimney as well. So it still has to be one of the little girls. Out of these 5 records, the last one must be when we were searching for Setsuka. So that would mean that 2 people entered in the morning and went out about an hour later. If nobody entered since then due to the pool being closed... Huh? Wait a minute. 12:54. Someone entered during this time. This clearly contradicts with Shinji's account, of course. Shinji didn't mention the exact time, but simply referred to the time as daylight. But I think it's safe to assume that 13:54 is in the range of daytime. CN9FU3. Whoever did this, they entered at 12:54 and left at 17:25. So the sanitation process must have ended before then. I guess I need to ask Shinji when exactly he went to the pool. But the mystery didn't end there. NU3OD2, who entered at 17:24, there were no records of this person leaving the pool. Thought that person without the out records back at the ghost house must have been Setsuka, But why is there also an ID without an out record? Alright. Kanade just became #1 sus. Because there is too much shit. Wait. I get it. I get it. Hibiki stayed in the pool house until the body discovery announcement. All the gates get turned off, she can leave without it documenting it. Right? Or is that not how this works? Maybe it's not how this works. I think it's the twins. I'm changing it from Iroha to the twins. This was 30 minutes before the parade had started. I should ask the others if there was anyone who entered the pool during this time. Give me the handbook. Oh, that. I want my truth bullets. So the Ghost House records were at 1958. What if Iroha is wearing a wig and they are triplets? Stop it. Evil. Okay. I don't know what to think of this. What is this? I had accidentally kicked something while investigating this area. On a closer look, it was a bottle of some sort. Let's see here. Penicillin? Aren't these antibiotics? Why do they end up in a place like this? I'm sorry. Who gave us additional information about the last time drugs were involved? I'll wait for you to tell me. Rosen, are you there?
I don't know.
You do know. You do know!
Session,
This should be back at the infirmary for them to be in such a place. And to top it off, it wasn't even an empty bottle, but an unopened new package? What? It was Mikan. There wasn't even a needle to go with it, just a full bottle lying around here like it's nothing. There's no use in thinking about it. Alone, I should write it down. Ahem! Is the investigation going smoothly? I assume that enough time was given for everything to be inspected. The night is almost here. Let us start the fun before it gets too late. I will now open the trial gates. So everyone, gather round the trial entrance on the first floor of the Monocruise. I don't think there's a need for me to mention this a third time, but participation is obligated. I will not allow there being late or absent, so keep that in mind. Time's up already? This is bad. I don't think I have the slightest idea about the case. No, I have. I think I figured it out. It's Kanade and Hibiki. But it's almost nighttime, as Monocro said, and if it gets too late, we might have to proceed to it. We might have to proceed a trial where everyone is sleepy. Well, for me, I did sleep throughout the whole day, so I'm fine, but the announcement has been made. So there's no choice other than to head for the... Wait. Wait! We just remembered a super important piece of evidence. We got knocked out drinking tea that was for someone else. Who was it? Kanade? Who was it for?
It's tea time!
Who was it? Who was it for? Fuck. We got... Setsuka tried to drug the person that she knew would try to kill her, and we drank it instead. That's literally what happened. Hibiki, you're still here? Get a hold of yourself, Hibiki. I know you're shocked, but you'll die if you don't make it through the trial. Where's Kanade when you need her? Did I just step on something, or what? The thing I stepped on while I was approaching Hibiki was a hairpin, and it looked familiar. It had the same shape as a 1/8 musical note. Why is this? I mean, of course the owner is right in front of me, duh. Hibiki, please wake up. Your hairpin was right here on the ground. Really? Join you in a second, Kevin. Bye. Why should I be the one doing this? So, this is how Kanade feels all the time. Wait, we didn't see Kanade at all during the investigation. Hibiki, come on. Here, grab my hand. Oh, she's there. Ah, she's here. Sora, why were you so late? Sorry, I was trying to bring Hibiki here. Hibiki? Sis? She's been standing still ever since she saw Setsuka's corpse. I think she had quite the shock. If I didn't bring her here, she might have stood there forever. I would imagine so. Setsuka was especially very important to Mr. Big Sis emotionally? What? After all, Kanade, she's your family, right? How could you just leave her behind and make Sora take care of all the responsibility? Thought she went ahead without me. I didn't think she would have just stand there all this time. More importantly, Kanade, please do something about this. If this goes on, she won't be able to participate in the trial. Sis? It's alright. Come on, sis. Here's a good girl. You know I can solve anything for you. I'm always on your side. Everything's gonna be fine, so just forget everything. Clear your mind. Leave it all to me. Kanade. Huh? What's going on? Where are we? This is the trial grounds. Why are we here? What's up with her? Seems like she is taken out of her trance by my consolation, but she seems to have lost some of her memory as a side effect. Sis, Setsuka's dead. We need to do a class trial. Ska's dead? What's that supposed to mean? Just now? Wait, what do you mean by that? Ska was... No! It's alright, sis. Don't cry. I'll take care of it. From that confidence, I'm guessing you already know who the culprit is? Nade? I see everyone is gathered. Let's get started then. Take the elevator in front of you to enter the trial grounds. I'll be waiting for you down there. So here we go again. Damn it. I'm so tired of this already. We can continue our talk at the trial. So the third trial will start soon. This case in particular felt like something was different this time. Maybe that was just me. But we did our best to investigate every detail. All that's left for us is to find the Blackened together. You have to do this. I don't know anything. Damn it, why can't I be like them? I survived this trial. It's scary, but we can't run away. I'm scared. It's going to be fine. It will be fine. Deep breaths. I don't want to die either, you know? I'll be doing my best in the class trial. Setsuka. You can't let there be any more victims. Let's go, everyone. The elevator, as always, made heavy metal sounds as it slowly descended downwards.
You have to be careful.
And like always, nobody says a word. As if it's an unspoken rule we should remain silent for now. I have no idea what the other students are thinking about in this moment. Or what the Blackened amongst us is scheming right now. So you've come! Now hurry! Take your seats! Off with it! Whoa, what's the rush? Do you have any idea what time it is now? It's already nighttime. It's bad for your health to sleep late, so as your teacher, I'm just trying to save some time. Do you really think anyone here is worried about their health right now? How can you, a sane person, worry about their health on a life or death situation like this? Move, hostess girl, and to your seat. We've got no time to waste. What? What's gotten into you, Olive? Yoriko, calm down. We all know we can just ignore that guy. Don't tire yourself trying to argue with him, and focus on the trial. There's already 5 death portraits, so there's only 11 of us left. Someone amongst those 11 will die in this spot. Well, granted that we get the killer right, that is. Mom? Dad? Sis, stop crying. We need to find the baddie who's killed Setsuka. Setsuka's death must have been painful. Tear a person's body like it's a toy. Cannot forgive such an act. Both Emma and Hajime committed terrible acts as well. This one too far. We're not dealing with a culprit. Dealing with a monster. How could you do such a thing to a friend that we bonded with? I mean, I'ma be real. What Emma did to Kokoro was beyond fucked up. Bro, I agree. We could always depend on Setsuka. If I knew this was gonna happen to her, I would have tried to get closer to her. Ryan? Says who? Everyone. We need everyone's help to find the killer this time. Whatever their objective may have been, they went too far. Let's avenge Setsuka's death. Very well, it seems like you're all mentally prepared, so let's start the show. Dead or alive, the third class trial. Setsuka. The always caring, dependable Setsuka. We would have been doomed if it weren't for her support all this time. I don't know what we're going to do without you from now on, but for now, we will avenge you. We will find the devil who made you suffer so much. Their identity will be revealed here and now. Yikes. Everyone preparing themselves, we now stand on the path of life or death. The trial of life or death. The lies of life or death. The betrayals of life or death. The truth of life or death. The excuse of life or death. The trust of life or death. For death. Last trial. Alright guys, we're gonna go on about a 10-minute break so I can eat dinner, and then we're gonna do the trial. So, sit tight, get popcorn, a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do.
My God.
It starts in 10 minutes.
It's tea time! Where are you? Where are you?
Another happy customer.
Where are you?
Thank you!
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Where are you? Where are you?
Thank you for asking, Blackbird. I'm right here. Hi. It is time. Class trial number 3. Getting going at 10 p.m. This is so not gonna end well. Yeah, my number one sus is the twins, to be honest. Anyways, let's go. Uh-oh. How was your dinner? Dinner was delicious. Absolutely delicious. And just a Danganronpa fan, okay. Welcome. Wonderful to see you.
Delightful.
Displays a faint image of the correct answer during the closing argument. I would kind of like that, but maybe we don't need it. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna say number one sus Kanade. What did you have? I had hamburgers today and they were good. We had a peppercorn pork loin with orzo pilaf and corn. It was delicious. Hamburgers are always a good choice, though. Sounds weird? Huh? Let's start with the basic rules of the class trial. The result of this class trial was determined by your votes. If you vote for the correct blackened, only they will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, everyone else, excluding the blackened, gets punished, and only they will be able to escape this school trip. Is this place always as huge? It's probably because there's a lot less of us now. Right, 5 have died, there's only 11 left. They all left us, one by one. Everyone, we're just starting here, so let's put away our negative thoughts for now. If we don't get a hold of ourselves, we could very well be following in the footsteps of those 5. And on today's episode of Danganronpa, he's right. We need to only focus on finding the culprit. Yeah, about that. I really have no idea this time. Can we really solve this case? It's alright. We have Kanade. Pork loins taste like bacon. I mean, they're both pork. She did most of the heavy lifting last time, so for this case... And what if Kanade's the culprit? Then I guess it would be the end for us. What happened to your happy-go-lucky state, Iroha? Because Kokoro's already dead, and if it weren't for Kanade last time, we'd all be dead. And if that Kanade's our enemy, then that means we have no brains on our side anymore. Iroha, don't be so sure of that until the very end. Don't give up on us yet, alright? Even if each of us aren't perfect on our own, that's why the trial exists. For us to debate through this together. Couldn't have said it better myself. They say, well begun is half done. And I'd say this is one of are better start-offs, so that means... Why don't you believe it? We're already halfway through. My, that lifts my spirits up. I'll do my very best in this trial as well. Shutting up is the best you can do for us, so shut it.
Everyone, quiet. Shinji's right. Let's get this thing together and find out the culprit. That's what Setsuka would say if she was here, right?
And our other social butterfly, Hibiki, is in, well, that state.
Worry, sis. Don't worry about sis. She's just a bit shocked. She'll be okay in a little while.
Alright, let's start this thing. But, as always, finding the best place to start is the hardest task.
Mr. or Mrs. Culprit, please raise your hand. I thought it was worth a try.
Well, we should go over the basic outline of the case. Wait, there's something I want to clear up first. Yuki, what is it? You all read the Monocro file, right? The file this time around is honestly too poorly written. I mean, it doesn't even show the time of death.
Did it?
Wait, but didn't Kokuro's case file also hide the time of death from us?
That was because Kokuro's corpse was frozen, making it difficult to determine the exact time of death. In Yuri's case, it was clearly different. Except for exceptional cases, it should be given that the time of death should always be known.
Monocro, care to explain this?
My. Am I the one at fault again? You're clearly hiding important information that is crucial for us to figure out what's going on in this case.
Yoriko, there's no need for such harsh words. The Monocro files aren't your gaming walkthroughs. Sometimes we are forced to leave some details out. What do you mean by that?
Let me explain. Well, in short, it's for the fairness of the trial. There are two cases where Monocro files leave out information. First cases where it is simply impossible to exclude that information. The prime example being Kokuro's frozen body, making it impossible for us to find the time of death.
I agree, Matt. I agree.
And the other case is where the missing detail is exactly what the culprit intended.
Wait, come again?
For example, let's say our culprit used some tricks so that we can't easily determine the murder weapon. And then, if the Monocro file says, the murder weapon is a knife, all the hard work done by the culprit would go to waste, no? So in these cases, we intentionally leave out information about the murder weapon. Okay, well, that also draws a red flag towards anything you leave out, just so you know, Kato. Or at least make it very vague.
What? First time I've heard of such a rule.
Because up until now, there was no need for that rule. It's exactly as Mikado said. This case is such an example of that rule. How's that fair? You're giving the culprit an edge.
No, not entirely. If they hid the time of death, that means there was a reason to do so by the culprit. In other words, when did Setsuka actually die? We should start from there. Alright, non-stop debate number 1. Okay.
Allow me to cut through those words!
When did Setsuka die?
The last time we saw Setsuka in person
was during breakfast.
And we found the corpse around 8 in the evening, right? So between morning and evening... Isn't that too long of a gap? Can't help that. There is no witness to who saw Setsuka after breakfast. Between when we last saw her and the time of discovery of her death. You just have to randomly search for those timestamps. Ah. Did I disagree with the wrong thing? That might be what we disagree with. So we're gonna disagree with Nikkei. Okay. What? Ah! Did I not aim it properly? Apparently not. Alright. Sorry. Eh? Is there another way to estimate the time of Setsuka's death? The body was found in the ghost house, so in one way or another, Setsuka must have entered there. If we had some clue related to that, we could probably better estimate Setsuka's time of death. What is happening? Maybe we disagree with Shinji?
Get your act together!
What the hell? What? Did we miss it again?
It sucks.
Learn from losing.
Come on, Shinji. Where are you? Where are you at? Give me it. Give me it. What the fuck? I'm sorry, we did that the first time. What?
You mustn't!
But if you miss, it doesn't tell you you were wrong.
It told me I was wrong! Indie game. No, Nikkei. Perhaps we can narrow that time frame further. There was something that came to me while I was investigating. Setsuka's body was found in the ghost house, right? So by looking at the gate records, we can probably deduce something. Agreed. After all attractions in Satsuki Land require us to input our handbooks. And the gate keeps track of all those records down to every minute. Wait, the gate does record timestamps, but they don't show whoever it was that entered, so we don't know which of those records is Setsuka. No, not exactly. Just like Sora said, we can assume the time period that Setsuka died using the gate records. Oh, do you like it, Steven? Kanade. So, you can assume the time range just from the gate records. Sora, did you perhaps happen to write down the gate records? Well, yes, I did. Now we're talking. Please, everyone, take a look at this. These are the gate records of the ghost house for today. Wait, Sora, you sure you got everything right? If you by any chance got anything wrong, we'll be going on a wild goose chase. Don't worry, it matches with the real one. I have it perfectly memorized. If you say so. Since the timestamps are very crucial to the case, from now on, let's all refer to the 24-hour clock to avoid confusion. Now, let's go over them one by one. Now, the most important ones are the ones between 1755 and 1942. That's...
I will roast you!
Thank you.
The kitchen is closed. The kitchen is closed.
Rosa, their first response, though, I'm freaked out. That was amazing.
The kitchen is closed.
I don't think so. I don't think it was what you wanted. I'll be honest. These 4 ID records at 1958 are when Sora, Shinji, Yuki, and I found the body.
Session, ikimasu!
We can ignore these. Wait, if these are the records for the whole day,
I will
then
roast you.
does that mean the first time anyone entered the ghost house was at 1755? Rosen. Look, I'm just trying to see if our girl gets incriminated, okay? I kinda hope she doesn't. I'll be real. I think there's like a 90% chance she's guilty, and a 10% chance that she's our ride or die. Correct. And if someone else soon followed 2 minutes later. Hey U5, P01. This was probably Setsuka. How can you tell just by timestamps? Oh, I see. This ID had no out records, so this must have been Setsuka, who entered the ghost house and was murdered there. Exactly. In other words, the murder couldn't have happened at any point before 1755, where the ghost house was first used by someone. That's sound logic. Well, no. Because we already know that they put the chopped up body in a bag and sent it down the chimney. Good luck, Danganronpa fan. Okay, so wait, this is all coming together.
It's a little too obvious, right? The last case was also obvious. They put the body parts in a bag, sent it down the chimney. The person that logged in was hiding behind the partition until the body was discovered. Recall how there were 4 IDs when the body discovery announcement happened, correct?
Yes.
I don't know who came at that time, though. That's the problem. But somebody was already in the house hiding. I don't remember who the groups were. It's not exactly numbers, Steven. It's actually just a memory game of who showed up when. All I remember is that Hibiki came late. Who found the body with Sora? That's what we need to remember. I want to say Yoriko Shinji Kanade. Wait! Oh, yeah. They disabled the gate systems when a body is found. I almost dropped the F-bomb on you. Good on you for avoiding that in time. So, let's see. We can assume that the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. Gigamap? They somehow managed to call Setsuka to the ghost house and entered before her. Yeah, Danganronpa fan, let's stop spamming the chat with random shit. You know what I mean? They probably ambushed her as soon as she entered. Yup. So the time of Setsuka's death would be between 1755 and 220, when the body was found. There was a long period of time before anyone else entered the ghost house since Setsuka entered. The culprit probably used this time to dismember Setsuka's body. Dismember! Just thinking about it. Wait, what? Something felt off a little just now. Received a message from Setsuka right before the parade that she had some business to attend. And that was when she had gone to the ghost house to meet the culprit. Wait, isn't something... Wait, something's wrong here! What? Shinji just mentioned... I'm sorry, Shinji just reminded me by bringing up the chat room. If Setsuka was ambushed at 1755, then what's up with that message she sent long after that? Oh. I mean the one you guys told me about, the devil or whatnot. That was around 8 in the... Oh, I mean 20. What is it? Nothing. I just couldn't help but marvel at your stupidity, Yoriko. What did you say? Didn't we just go over this? Who cares what the screen says about whoever sent the message? Obviously, the culprit stole the handbook from Setsuka to send us that message. Yeah, that sounds likely.
He's right. If you can use the fingerprints to turn the handbooks on, you can send as many fake messages as you like. Just like how Emma acted as Kokoro. Wait, there's something else that's bothering me. The culprit entered at 1755 and Setsuka at 1757. Who's this person that entered at 1924 and left in 1936? Ah, that's probably me. Kanade and Iroha should remember that, right? That was when we were searching for Setsuka in Block A. Oh, you're right. You'd gone to the ghost house. Wait, what? Then shouldn't you have seen the culprit? What do you mean by that? I mean, think about it. The culprit, WN2LB7, entered at 1755 and left at 1942. If what Kanade said was true, she'd have stayed inside of the ghost house taking care of the body. So that means the culprit was in there when you entered the ghost house. Ah, that's what I was wondering about, Nikkei. If Kanade's reasoning is true, then I should have seen the culprit. The ghost house had a blackout at that time, correct? Maybe you missed them in the darkness. There's no way that would have happened. I searched every corner. And I don't think you can miss someone, even in the dark, who's cutting up a whole human body. Sora, are you sure you searched everywhere? Of course, I know it was dark, but... No, not then. After the body was found, when you were investigating, the lights were definitely on, so if you searched thoroughly, you should have seen that place, right? Okay, this shit makes me think it's not Kanade, because why would she tell us about her own hiding spot? That makes no sense, right? That place? Was there any room for the culprit to hide to take care of the body? Is she talking about the place in the entrance? No, this absolutely could still be Kanade. It could still be Kanade because they're making us believe that somebody was hiding in there with the body when they were not. They didn't do that. They sent it down and then they hid there. Why would she point that out? It's not in the context that she's bringing it up. What if they know that we know that she knows that we know? That's kind of where I'm going with this. If I bring it up under this guise, they won't know that it was actually used for blank. I think that's where we're going. They're pretending that somebody hid behind that partition with a body, when in fact, the body was already cut up, disposed of, waiting to be spread out or whatever, and the person was just hiding there while Sora looked around. It could still be Iroha, I guess, but I'm not thinking so. I see! Are you talking about the folding screen near the entrance? So, you're suggesting that the culprit hid behind that?
Don't make any sense.
Exactly. I'm sure you've all seen it, but the trail of blood in the ghost house all originates from a large pool of blood behind the folding screen. Culprit moved the folding screen from the wall to create a small room between them. With the ghost house being dark, it'd be extremely difficult to figure out that there was some room behind it. So that's where the culprit was cutting up Setsuka. But there was a blackout at the ghost house. Could someone really perform such a delicate process in a dark room like that? That's not really a problem. Only 3 people, Setsuka, the culprit, and Sora, entered the ghost house. And all they had to do was finish the job before 1923, when Sora entered the ghost house. That would also explain the fireplace being put out. And it doesn't contradict with our parade situation. Could someone sort this out for me? I have no idea what's going on. It's simple. The person who entered at 1755 and left in 1942, that person is the culprit.
So wait, there's one other thing that I didn't... No, this just further supports that this was Hibiki and Kanade. Because Kanade was with us, and Hibiki was unaccounted for the whole time. Yeah, this is Hibiki and Kanade. I'm calling it. So we should ask for everyone's alibi at that time. The people who don't have an alibi would be... Well, we first have to exclude the people that watched the parade. The parade started at 1800 and ended a little over 1900 after all. And who are those people? Me, Yuki, Yoriko, Shinji, and Kanade. Wasn't Nikkei there as well? And Nikkei. Okay, thank you. Nikkei, I thought you said you were gonna act alone. I was there for an article experience. I didn't expect them to be there. And don't try to divide us into separate teams. This is not the time for personal feelings to get involved. Wait, you forgot me! Iroha? But you weren't with us at the parade. Well, she did meet up with us right after the parade had ended. So she does have an alibi. The culprit left the ghost house at 1942, so she couldn't have been the culprit. Thank goodness. So the ones who weren't there are Mikado, Teria, Siobai, Ibiki. Biki. And Sis. So the culprit is amongst these four? Well then, we don't even have to think about this. It's either Mikado or Siobai. Wait, we do have to think thoroughly about this, bro. Please don't recklessly act by your emotions. What? Shinji, did you call me reckless? You are definitely right. Ugh. I shouldn't act by my emotions. Alright, enough chit-chat over there. You four, one by one, tell us what you were doing between 1755 and 1942. Mikado, Teria, Siobai, Hibiki. It's true that these four are without any alibis. And they're the most suspicious here. Let's hear what they have to say. What were you four doing then? I was simply raising my MP in my room. We're serious here, you scum! I was at the mart doing my item checkup. I don't have any proof though. Sis, where were you all day? I don't really know. I didn't go anywhere today. Siobai, it's your turn! Library. Reading books. Whoa, he's not sleeping for once. Okay. So we'll use Iroha's account to disagree with Hibiki.
The confusing statements don't make any sense.
Thank you, Steven. I wanted to tell Matt myself. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Item checkup. I don't have any proof. Yeah. Why doesn't she know? No, that's wrong. Hibiki, wait, so you're telling me you didn't go anywhere today? Then how do you explain the existence of a witness seeing you enter the ghost house?
What?
Iroha said she saw you there. Right, Iroha?
Oh yeah, I saw her a little bit before 1800. As I was going to the Mirror Mansion after receiving a message from Setsuka. Wait, 1755? That matches with the timestamp on the gate. That was when I saw her, I'm sure of it. What?
Hibiki entered the ghost house at 1755? Are you sure about that, Iroha?
I'm positive. It was definitely Hibiki. She wandered about until finally entering that place. What are you talking about? I never entered there. I never went there. She's crying.
Perhaps Iroha mistook someone else for Hibiki. She is an idiot, after all.
I don't want to hear that from the likes of you.
Iroha's account has some validity, though. Part of her account was already told to us by her even before the crime happened. That she was supposed to meet with Setsuka at the Mirror Mansion at 6. Considering both from a location and time standpoint, it does sound persuasive.
Then, does this mean
Hibiki's the culprit?
Why am I the culprit? No, I'm not. I don't remember anything. I just can't recall anything. I'm scared. Ska, help me. Ugh.
Sis, wake up. Setsuka's not here anymore.
I know I'm the one who caused this, but maybe we should think about this a bit more. Hibiki's been tired ever since yesterday's motive reveal, and to make things worse, Setsuka's no longer with us to comfort her. I'm not saying that my account is false, but the trial has just started, and I can't help but feel bad for Hibiki.
You got a point, but... And you can't deceive the gate records. The crime did happen in the ghost house, and by the gate records, the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. That person is Hibiki.
Hibiki, if you're really innocent, answer us. What were you doing at the time? I don't know. I can't remember. I just can't.
My. It seems like we have a total ability on our hands. Well, I think we're pretty much done here. As Yuki said, the gate records are decisive evidence. She probably didn't expect her trails to be caught by the record. There's no doubt that she'd be the culprit. But don't you think she's acting a bit weird if she's the culprit?
I suppose I should thank you.
Kanade, what do you think about this? She's your family. Do you think she's the culprit?
To be honest, I figured this would happen since the investigation. What do you mean?
Oh god. Oh god.
Sis was always like that. The more she's cornered, the more she reverts back to her childlike manner. And if that was brought to its extreme, she loses her memory.
What kind of nonsense is that?
It's something that only I knew. When her puppy that she raised when she was young died, when her best friend was severely injured after falling down the stairs, when somebody of the Melody Rhythm staff went missing. And so it repeats today. You all saw it, right? Sis being frozen like a lifeless puppet? I suspected this from her amnesiac state back at the trial entrance. I don't know anything! Ugh.
In other words, Hibiki did indeed murder Setsuka, but she herself doesn't recall it.
That is indeed a possibility.
Doesn't this all sound too unrealistic? It does sound like nonsense, but Hibiki's state ever since yesterday's motive reveal was extremely unnatural. It might actually be true. Wait, Hinade, isn't that a contradiction? Hibiki, being mentally unstable, killing the only person who was keeping her sane? Doesn't make sense.
If Sis really is the culprit, then I might have an idea on why she killed Setsuka.
And why is that?
Each of Setsuka's body parts were laid on each pillar of the altar, right? Did anyone take a glance at the signpost in front of the altar?
Sacrifice your precious one. Then the devil will be incarnated in front of you and grant your wishes. Or something along those lines. You don't say.
Yep. Setsuka was someone precious to Sis. She killed and butchered Setsuka, all to grant her wish.
Rosen, your girl is literally throwing her sister under the bus.
Session, ikimasu!
And she's ganbateing while she does it.
What kind of nonsense is that? That's just a made-up gimmick of an attraction. You're telling me she actually believed that? She wasn't herself the moment she saw the motive video. She was an idiot to begin with, but she was driven to a state where she couldn't tell apart fiction from reality.
What kind of wish could it have been? If she wanted it so badly, even if it cost her her precious friend.
Parents had died.
What?
I know this because our motive videos had been the exact same. Our parents had been ambushed and killed. That was our motive video.
So, yours was like mine. Then, Hibiki wanted to save her parents. Hibiki, in her weakened mind, might have tried to grant her wish through sacrificing Setsuka, a precious friend to her.
The trial hasn't ended yet, nor has the culprit been confirmed. But I at least know what my sister is like, and this is all based on that. Whatever happened, the fact that my sis is the most suspicious one here is inevitably true. I want to go home. I've had enough. Mom, Dad, Ska, help me. No, I don't want this.
She broke down. Tsunade, do something! We can't do anything right now if she's like that. Try to console her like you usually do.
It's useless. Nothing will calm Sis down now. And at this point, it's almost been confirmed that she's the culprit.
How can you be so calm about this? She's your family.
I mean, I can't help it. She tried to survive and escape this place alone. Poor little Sis. I feel so bad for you. So adorable.
She also did the foo-foo. Again.
Hibiki, don't just cry over there and say something! Did you really kill Setsuka?
I don't know why she's salivating, Carbajack.
Try to remember. I don't know. I want to go home.
Yoriko, I'll try to talk with her.
Sora.
Is Hibiki really the culprit? Even if the gate records are decisive evidence, is it enough to decide the culprit on its own? If she really is the culprit, there must be something more to this. I should present that to her, memoryless or not, so that a truth that everyone can accept will surface. Oh, no, what is this one? She's saying Yamate!
Why? What? Why is it still happening? Ah! Ugh. Ah! Hairpin dropped. Are you serious?
Get your act together!
Hairpin dropped. What?
Focus on this battle.
How is it not hairpin dropped at the guest house? What the fuck? Maybe it's dropped hairpin at the guest house. Please don't make me play these stupid fucking ass. God damn it.
Seesaw homicide. Seesaw homicide.
Hi, Cac. Help! I hate this shit. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Fuck. Fucking. Ah!
Drop hairpin at the guest house!
終わりです
Congratulations! Super job!
I don't know what's happening, but I'm also not surprised it's in a Peggy stream. Yeah, Cac, this is just... Thank you, Dammy. Thank you for agreeing that this is an obnoxious thing. Me too, Ranger. Hi. So wait, we are sussing them so early. Is it gonna take a turn? You're stripping the VOD? Well, that's inappropriate. Oh, Evo! Evo, why? Why? Of all things, it had to be this. Of course it was a Yamate episode. And you know, I don't even know if it was their Yamate or my Yamate.
Delightful.
I guess, whatever. And it's been pinned. God damn it. Can somebody shout out Evo, please? Hibiki, there's decisive evidence that you went to the ghost house. When the announcement for the class trial was made, I found and returned your hairpin that was dropped on the ground. You're not going to say that you don't even remember that as well, right? What are you talking about, Sora? Hibiki's hairpin was dropped on the ground at the altar. At that time, I didn't think much of it and returned it to her immediately. Wait, what? Sora, you found Sis's hairpin at the ghost house? Oh, I see. Sora was the one who tied Hibiki's hair back up during the investigation. Wait, that's crucial evidence. Why didn't you mention this before? I didn't think that she'd be the culprit at the time. And I thought that she had dropped it somehow, right then and there. Hibiki's hair was untied when Setsuka's body was found, right? And the Hibiki I saw entering the ghost house at 1755 had her hair tied up. So that would mean that she got hair untied doing some business in the ghost house. Wait, but how could she not have noticed her hair being untied? And this all feels too forced. For the culprit to leave her belongings so easily to find at the crime scene. Yes, because it was planted, thank you. Too forced. Are you implying that someone might have tried to frame Hibiki? I agree that this result is a bit sloppy. Too many unanswered questions. But forced or not, there is an undeniable truth here. That this hairpin was dropped at the same point in the ghost house. That my sister had entered the ghost house today. Memoryless or not, she definitely entered the place. But according to the gate records, and excluding Setsuka and Sora, there's only one person who entered the ghost house, and that person is the culprit. Thanks to Iroha's account, we have proved that Sis entered the ghost house. The hairpin evidence confirms this. That is quite undeniable indeed. I don't know. I really don't remember anything. Someone, please help. Right. Kanade's here for me. Kanade, help. I only have Kanade. Kanade's always by my side. Kanade, help! Wake up, Hibiki. No one's on your side now.
There's no mom or dad, no ska or whatever. There's nobody to help you right now. Stop being such a crybaby and admit it. There is too much evidence pointing to you as the culprit. Kanade. I don't want to do this either, sis. But with the hairpin and everything, even I can't cover for you anymore. You killed Setsuka. Me? I killed Ska? Why? Did I really? Oh! By those words, are you admitting that you did it? If what Kanade said is true, Hibiki should have no memory of that. That is why she's acting like this. If we could explain what happened in this case with reason, maybe she'd be able to remember her crimes and admit it. But if that's true, then Hibiki herself doesn't even know what she did. Can we really vote someone out with that much uncertainty? A class trial should be run with the given evidence at the basis. If the suspect pointed by evidence logically refuses, and there is no contradiction in that, we would need to find another possibility. But Sis doesn't refute anything. There's really no other evidence to prove her innocence either. I might have killed her. I don't have any memory ever since this morning. Maybe with the motive and all, I might have killed Ska, like Kanade said. No. Ooh. Sis? Because this is the end, right? Well, this feels like it ended too quickly. To do such a horrible thing to Ska, only to get caught this easily just by the gate records? Well, Kanade is smart after all. She did single-handedly solve the last trial as well. Well, that was easier than I expected. Why'd you do it, sis? Why'd you kill someone? I don't think that's true, Rosen. I don't think we need any of that. But this is what I will say, without breaking the fourth wall. This is too soon in the trial to have the culprit. Sometimes you have the culprit, and then there's a diversion, and then it goes back to them. That could still happen.
Violence is on sale today.
But right now, there's like a million truth bullets that would literally have not been discussed. Was it really because you wanted to grant some wish? I don't know. Kanade, what should I do? I'm scared. I can't remember anything. Am I gonna die? Ah! Is this really the end? From the investigation, I expected this case to be much tougher, but she got caught already. I feel like I should object. So, because here's the thing. Guys, the gates have time in, time out. That's like the most definitive evidence possible. You already found a chimney, which leads out. And you said it's small, which means a small person went up or down in it. If you take the chimney, don't need to use the student handbook. This also could be they use Setsuka's hand on her handbook, even if it was cut off or whatever, to enter. So they could still make Setsuka's handbook enter, even if she was killed at the pool. She was already dead. I think we figured out this case already. It's still Hibiki and Kanade. But if that's true, I guess it would have to be just Kanade, right? Not Hibiki, because she's throwing Hibiki under the bus. If they vote for Hibiki, that would be the wrong answer. There's too much evidence backing her into a corner that I don't know what to say. Is it over already? Wait, we should think about this once more. I think Hibiki's the culprit. I just want to get out of this place. This is too much. I don't know about that. I do agree that Hibiki is almost certainly the culprit, but this ended too abruptly. Well, it seems like you're unsure about this. I'll ask once more. Have you chosen Hibiki as the culprit? Can I take this silence as a yes? Well, what are we to do then? Hibiki herself admitted it. I don't know what to do anymore. Let's just end this. Very well. I feel exhausted as you do, but I guess this is one way to end this. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not? Now! Unbelievable. How the hell did you guys even survive 2 of these? Shut up and listen. I'm running this trial now. I need more than 9 lives if I left this up to you. So, I want to complain that I don't like that every trial is, I know who did it, I know who did it, I know who did it. But there is a fair amount of that in the actual series, right? Anyway.
Yes.
This song is kind of a banger, so I'm gonna be right back. Oh. It's a super anime thing to do. What? To be like, I already know the answer to this puzzle, and blah 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 blah. Because that's kind of what this is looking like right now. Siobai is gonna save us the first time that he's awake for a class trial. Amazing. I still don't like Siobai as a character. I'll be real. I was always this strong and smart and awake. Logic refresh. Fuck.
Unknown plastic bag. Fuck! Oh, that's really fast. Why is that hurting me?
I'll take care of this.
There's a lot of things happening here. What am I supposed to be?
それに賛成です。
He's sleepy, but he can fight. What is up with you? Always carried by us, and now you're suddenly here to run things? Careful, he might be trying to distract us. The Pool Gate Records. Sora? Wait, the reason we focused on the ghost house was because Setsuka's dead body was found there. And the gate records had an ID with out record, right? So? There's another attraction with an ID that has no out records. Really? It's the pool. Everyone, please look at this. Alright. So, what this means is Setsuka died at the pool, they took her decapitated hand, used it on the student handbook, logged her into the ghost house, and bada bing bada boom. These are the pool records for today that I've taken notes of. Oh. Well, wait a minute. Right. So two people went together. In, out, in, out. In, only one out. Okay, we knew that. We knew that. I thought I'd realized something, but I did not. You're right! The person who entered at 1724 NU3 OD2 has no out records. What's going on? That's weird. There was no one there when I went there. Oh, so the person that entered at 1910 and left at 1915 was you, when we were searching for Setsuka, right? Yeah, I went straight to the pool as soon as I entered Block C. But according to these records, shouldn't there have been someone when I investigated there? Really? But I don't remember seeing anybody. Well, there was an ID without an out record at the ghost house, even when I didn't find anyone at the ghost house, remember?
Another happy customer.
Oh, CaliBoy909, thank you for the follow. Wait, was that wasn't our 2,500th follower, was it? I think I just realized what happened. Okay, correction, it was not. We're good, Gucci. Okay, so here's what actually happened.
They cut up Setsuka in the pool house. They put her in a bag. They put the bag inside one of the empty zipper dolls, which then marched its way to Block A, parked itself in the warehouse, and then they went over there, grabbed the bag, and threw it down the chimney. That's what happened. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, that's what happened. Nocturnal Catalysts. Hi, hello, and welcome.
I'm scared.
There couldn't have been a space in the pool like the ghost house, or... Anyways, it's true that the pool also had an ID without an out record. So this is something we shouldn't just gloss over. Sorry, I knew it was suspicious, but Hibiki's reaction was so convincing that so you knew about this. Have you lost your mind? You knew this and let those idiots choose the brat as the culprit. I could say the same about you. Why are you suddenly helping us? She's right. You always made fun of us. You know, I'm a guy who tries to live his life as efficiently as possible. I cannot allow any damages or loss of resources with every action. If a problem can be solved without my effort, why even bother? But look at what happened here when I left this in your hands. We're about to fail the trial, and you're going to cost me my life. All my efficient philosophies are worthless when I'm dead, right? My own life is more important than any... So what? How can we believe you? Shinji, wait. Let's just let him do whatever he wants to do. Are you sure we'll be alright? Seobai is the literal definition of self-centered. He only cares about himself. For him to act like this probably means that we're wrong. To be honest, I felt that something was wrong even before Seobai brought it up. Seobai? By us failing the trial, are you implying that Hibiki's not actually the culprit? Of course. Why the hell would I be talking like this if I wasn't? Be grateful. You were all just saved from certain doom. But don't worry. You can all pay up big time after this is over. What's up with the attitude? You think you're smart? Our Kanade is much smarter than you. Well, Kanade's the fucking culprit, Iroha. And the smartest girl here didn't even check the gate records of the other attractions? Huh. We're even more fucked than I thought. The pool gate records. Of course I checked them. And yet you didn't object to all this? Whether the pool has an out record or not, the body was still found in the ghost house. Isn't it natural procedure to focus on the crime scene where the body was found? That reminds me. What? I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but I mentioned this to Sora, right? That pool today was closed during the daytime. Super Simputer, okay. Funny name, not gonna lie. I agree. I'm getting major Danganronpa 1 Celeste vibes, right? The girl that's too smart and badass committed a crime sloppily, tried to blame it on somebody else. Like, this is kind of already decided, is it not? She even threw her own sister under the bus. It was decided in Chapter 1. I still feel like there's something off. And the only reason I say that is because in every other Chapter 3, in the entire series, even including Danganronpa Another One, Chapter 3 is always 3 kills. 2 victims and 1 culprit, right? Sometimes it's 1 victim and 2 culprits. In the case of Danganronpa 1, well, you can argue either or. Heavy. Anyway. I'm trying to make sense out of all this. Let's keep going. Does that have anything to do with... What do you mean by that, bro? Well, around 12 in the daytime or so, I went to the pool to take a break and work myself out. But it was sanitation time, so I ended up just coming back empty-handed. Pool sanitation time? There was a small sign in front of it. It said not to enter it, and if you did, you'd be punished by the school rules. Wait, I never heard about that. I guess I forgot to mention this, but the pool in Setsuka Land goes into sanitation once every week. Wait. Wait. Okay. The fact that Monochrome is corroborating the story. That either means A, it was Mikado, B, it was a void that knew. So still Kanade.
How dare you?
I mean, Kanade is one of the few characters that had a foo-foo slip. Just like Setsuka. But if that's true, then this was a void aside, which is surprising. Okay, well, let's just see. During this time, all the water in the pool is drained, and there are a lot of chemicals involved, so we keep everyone out. If I don't mention the violating the rule part, someone might just barge in and get in danger. Yes, the foo-foo slip, Heavy, where the characters accidentally laugh like Monochrome and thus are voids. It has not been wrong. Well, I guess no one would risk their lives to enter there. But that's most confusing. I recall that today was not the day of the... Okay. So the pool sanitation was not today.
Yes?
I shouldn't say this. A teacher should say out of the class trial. What? So that means there was a picket, even though it wasn't pool sanitation time. Now do you get it? That was put there by the culprit. Why do such a thing? Simple. They had some very important business in the pool that required nobody coming in.
Frozen, why do you post my schedule?
We're way behind schedule.
God damn it.
We're way behind schedule.
Wow! Yo, fuck you! I'm gonna put pool sanitation on next week's schedule. I'm gonna do it. And I'll post it tonight. Wow! Unbelievable! In other words, Setsuka didn't die in the ghost house, but rather at the pool. I could absolutely see Kanane being the killer, Mikado saying something about her, how it was supposed to be a double kill, and going alright bet and just slashing Hibiki. Here's the thing though, Hibiki is alive. I still think it has to be Kanade because she's getting attention, right? But I think Hibiki was complicit in the murder. Right. So you mean after the trial, like, hey, you said I was supposed to double kill, and then you killed Hibiki. I see. It kind of has to be Kanade, in my opinion. I would say there's a 70% chance it's Kanade, 20% Iroha, 10% Mikado. That's my current breakdown in my head. Yeah, you were all wrong. And that girl's been spouting nonsense. She's gonna go off. She is literally about to go off. Why is Terria's face like that? CO by wait, I understand that the pool also had an ID without an out record. But that alone doesn't disprove that the ghost house isn't a possible place where Setsuka died. What do you mean? He's saying that Setsuka could have died in either place. But Setsuka couldn't have been in two different places at the same time. Well, she was fucking cut into pieces, Nikkei. You literally do not have to be alive to turn your iPad thing on, okay? We already know this from the last case. I'll say yes. And Super Computer, have you been following this from other streams? Because this game has been kind of wild, but a little predictable. I want it to throw me off like the main games do. I feel like I've never been able to understand how a trial goes before it happens until this game. Shut up. I'm gonna explain why the murder couldn't have happened inside the ghost house. You, albino, pull out the gate records of the ghost house again. Don't order me around, though I will show the records. With my boob pose. So by your little theory, the person who went out at 1757 is Setsuka Chiebukuro, right?
'Cause only that ID has no out record. The Morimura pose. Your memory is too sharp, Risen. Did I ever tell you that? And the WN. Whatever who
thank you.
entered at 1755 and left at 1942 is the culprit. So that would mean that at least up until 1757, Setsuka Chiebukuro was alive. Now, culprit left at 1942, so she had at most 1 hour and 45 minutes to do everything she needed to do. That's, sorry. I emphasize some pronouns there without, realizing it. What about that? Idiots. You think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? Well, we never tried it ourselves.
Oh my goodness.
So it was Hiro. No. It was definitely Kanade.
Delightful.
It was definitely fucking Kanade. Let me tell you, arrogant brat, something. It's impossible. You need at least 1 more hour. Especially with a case like this. What do you mean? I looked into the corpse. The edges were trimmed off extremely clean. They didn't just cut it. They stitched it up so that the insides wouldn't flow out. Whatever it is, it wasn't their first try. It was a work of a pro amongst pros, I'd say. As if there was such a disgusting professional amongst us. If there was, that'd be you. Okay, now. Kanade in the first trial told us all about this shit. No. If this was Bunei's kill, he would have eaten the corpse. No evidence. I mean, what? Anyway. You're a criminal, right? You even stabbed Sora without hesitation on the first day here. Well, I guess I could do it, but that's all the more reason I can guarantee this. There's no way someone can manage such a task in less than 2 hours, even for a professional. If anyone else said that, it would have sounded like nonsense. But coming from Siobai, a criminal on active duty, my, do you know how to persuade someone? So wait. Wait. Steven, do you need a hug? Anyway, if Kanade...
Get your act together!
If Kanade is the last void other than...
I'm so sorry.
If Kanade is the other void other than Mikado, right? And we get her out this trial. Next trial is Mikado killing Siobai or vice versa. That is my early guess. Well, I entirely agree with you. It should be tough with just the dismemberment, but the crime doesn't end there. The culprit needed to carefully put each body part on the pillar, create some room behind the folding screens, and in case someone enters, turn off all sources of light. And in fact, Sora did enter there. I will admit, I will be a little bit sad if when it's Kanade. I'm just saying when. I know it's Kanade. But I tend to like smart characters in these games. If it's not Kanade, I will be really, really, really surprised. Iroha's my fave. I actually don't hate
My
her.
magic.
She likes to draw BL manga. The little girl that likes that, yeah, I know. And turning off the lights is the final step. You can't dismember a body under no light, since it's impossible to predict whenever who will enter. They would need to be given a lot of time, because this all happened at the pool house. Can you guys please catch up? Before they finally turn on the lights. But doing all that in 1 hour and 45 minutes, well, does it look possible now? It certainly does feel impossible, even excluding the dismemberment. And most importantly, blood traces were found, but no pieces of flesh were found in the ghost house. They could have somehow taken care of the flesh parts. No, girl. No. Absolutely not. Hello? Have you been listening with only half an ear? I said that she had to take care of the insides. There needs to be cut off flesh ends lying somewhere around, which the ghost house didn't have. Now, if this was the pool, you could get rid of the flesh and blood by drowning them in the drain. If the killer didn't cut the body in the ghost house, then what was up with all the blood? Right. I thought it would be natural to have that much blood lying around if Setsuka's body was cut off in that place. If the killing didn't happen in the ghost house, then, as Yoriko said, it wouldn't make sense for there to be trails of blood there. And considering its large quantity, it would be wrong to assume that it would be spilt blood from moving the body around. So that blood is... the blood packs! It's not time for a minigame, Hebby. It's time for the truth. The blood packs. Maybe the blood isn't from Setsuka, but from the blood packs at the infirmary. The blood packs at the infirmary? But we don't have any proof that anybody used them. Wait, I know! I saw them disappear! I told this to Sora, right? All the blood packs had disappeared just this morning. Yes, because of Terria's account, this is a sure possibility. Wait, you even checked the infirmary items? I believed that this was something only I could do, so I was going to try and cover as much ground as possible. Teria, if you had noticed the blood packs being taken, you should have at least told us that. Do you really not trust us that much? Wait, did something happen between you guys? We can talk about this later. That isn't the focus right now. What do you think, Sobai? What do you mean, what do I think? Of course that's what happened. Though I don't expect there to be a freak here that keeps record of all that. Duh! There were a bunch of empty blood packs thrown away near the ghost house. All the blood in the ghost house is fake. A small performance by the culprit. But why go through the hassle of... to divert our attention to the ghost house? And sure enough, we were all focused on the ghost house until Seobai stood up. Like Seobai said, even when we went over last time, and about the fact that the place the body was found isn't necessarily the place the person was killed. The shock factor of the scenery in the ghost house was enough for us to gloss over that. If they had put that much effort into the ghost house to make us think that the ghost house was where Setsuka was killed, that means that the actual crime happened at the pool, not at the ghost house. It was a trick by the culprit to make you not even think twice about any other place than the ghost house. But to use all those blood packs, what if someone needs a blood transfer or something? There's no need to worry about that. I'll make sure to replenish the stock after the trial. There's still more? Well, the amount of blood used was a lot less than the actual amount of blood packs taken. You call that a lot less? Let's just leave that for now. Maybe they miscalculated the amount of blood they needed. The important part is that the crime happened at the pool. You all got that part, right? Well, the only attractions that had IDs with no out records were the ghost house and the pool. And we just discussed the fact that the ghost house couldn't even have been the place where Setsuka died. If you guys had something to call brains, maybe I wouldn't be doing this much work. Then, Siobai, when did you become MVP of this trial? That thing is smart, after all. Probably even more so than Kanade. Wow. It's so unfortunate it only uses it for selfish gains. Kanade, what's wrong? I've been listening to you all this time, but you're quite the comedian, aren't you? All these contradictions, yet you stick to your delusions. Well, sure, let's just assume that the ghost house wasn't the place where Setsuka died. Then what about the pool? Are you saying that the pool is a possible place? Is it not? Sora, the pool gate. Standard guitarist smile. Sorry? The pool gate records. Show them to me. Alright.
Play with me.
We can ignore the last two records made by Yoruko since we were searching for Setsuka. Let's take a look at the ones before them. Whether it's the pool or the ghost house, there is an ID without an out record, and that's Setsuka. We're all on the same page about that, right? Then Setsuka's ID should be the one that entered at 1724, NU30D2. Yup. Look at the gate records. Two IDs entered at 844 and 845, and left at 922 and 954, respectively. In other words, there was no one at the pool between 9:54 and 12:54. And we only have one suspect left, CN9FU3, who entered at 12:54. If Setsuka died at the pool, the person with this ID must be the culprit. I guess so. What about that? Why do I feel like she's about to blame her sister again? Not this. Not having foo in there and she's foo-fooing. And she had the foo-foo slip earlier. And then she did it again.
You cannot escape from me.
Siobai said that the ghost house wasn't a possible suspect, as there wasn't enough time for the culprit. But our suspect at the pool, CN9FU3, left only 1 minute after Setsuka had entered. Oh.
It cannot be!
Oh my god. They didn't just send the dismembered body through one of those dolls. They got in one of those dolls. No! This is not a drunk revelation. This is what happened. The only thing that doesn't make sense...
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry!
Wait. How the hell would they have gotten... Wait. I'm really confused. I think what I said has some merit, but how would they have gotten a logout if that's what happened? Right? I actually can't visualize this in my head. Because if they killed her in there, and then both of them left through the suit, then there would be no clock out. But there is a clock out. 1 minute after one of them entered. Is there an entrance? Is there an entrance to the pool that we don't know about? Okay, this is the first detail about this trial that I'm legitimately like, I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. What? Now a quote from your own words, Siobai. Idiots, you think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? About 2 hours? Maybe 1 minute? Even if Setsuka died immediately upon entering, it would be impossible. But by that logic, it is impossible for both the ghost house and the pool to be the crime scene. She's a petty Betty. Wait, even if the pool is where Setsuka died, we found the body at the ghost house. Couldn't they just kill Setsuka at 1724 and immediately leave with the body? How? I see. After all, what do gates matter to a dead body? So you're saying that the culprit somehow took care of the crime scene at the pool and left at 1754 carrying Setsuka's dead body to the ghost house. If the pool is the place, then this is the only way the culprit could have... I'm sorry to inform you, but that is also impossible.
How come?
The pool is at Block C, while the ghost house is at Block A. They're at completely opposite sides of the park. Do you think anyone could walk that distance without getting caught? Carrying a dead body, of all things. By your theory, the culprit needed to leave immediately after killing Setsuka, leaving no time for cutting up the body. Then we're back at the start. Even if you somehow cheesed it and managed and made it to the ghost house, it'll be too late if you start the dismemberment then.
Then what? Where did Setsuka die and how did she end up like that?
This seems theoretically impossible. Well, I admit that my first theory was debunked by Seobai. That means we have to start from square one.
No need for that. The crime is still possible, even if we assume that Setsuka Chibukuro died by the pool.
Really? Now, what nonsense are you on about? There is a clear contradiction here.
She reminds you of Clover, my god. From the first game or the second? Bullshit. It's all possible if there's an accomplice.
So, okay, wait. I thought I kind of solved this without an accomplice, but the possibility of an accomplice still exists. An accomplice? Seobai, you might know this since you were always sleeping, but accomplices cannot exist. So, here's a question that they should have asked a long time ago. Who were the two people that went into the pool house in the morning? I bet it was Hibiki and Kanade. Or maybe Setsuka. Maybe they fucking killed Setsuka like way early. That is starting to sound possible. Ah, crap. Even if there is an accomplice who helped the real culprit, only one person can win and escape. There are no benefits to becoming an accomplice. And honestly, Simputer, I think that maybe the fact that this detail was glossed over means it's going to be super important. Heavy.
Shut up and listen to me. Well, the older sis from the twins that you guys suspected, yeah, she's definitely not the Blackened. That's for sure. But she did enter the ghost house and left the hairpin there, so it's hard to say she isn't related to this case.
So you're saying that my sis is an accomplice? Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
You said it yourself. You don't have any memory, and you lose your memory when you're in a pinch. An accomplice who helped the crime, but lost the memory of doing so. Don't you think that's too good of an opportunity to miss? What are you trying to say?
By my theory, the real culprit used their twin sis in their own crimes. Give her a big mental shock or two, then use her as an accomplice. So, okay, this is gonna be some anime shit then. I knew my sis would freak out and lose her memory if I showed her something super shocking, so I killed her favorite person other than me.
Mind hacking.
Once the deed is done, her memory will disappear, concealing the existence of the accomplice.
Complex.
Wait, Seobai, that raises some questions. If that's true, then the culprit needs to know the fact that Hibiki loses her memory if she receives a mental shock. Well, duh. That's why the person who knows that is the real culprit. Someone who knew about Hibiki's secret used her as an accomplice? Wait. The only person who readily knew that fact was... DK! How could you? I'm like... This was the most predictable thing ever. Even though I said it was Iroha. The only person who already knew Hibiki's tendency to lose her memories is you, Kanade Otonokoji. Ironic, ain't it? The one who revealed that fact. Congrats, you scored your own goal. Kanade Otonokoji. She's the one who did it. Wait a minute! Kanade's the culprit! What, you got a problem with that? Well, not exactly, but she helped us throughout the last trial as well. By that logic, Emma also helped during Yuri's case as well. Wait, not everything has been confirmed yet. And we can't be sure whether there was an accomplice or not. Seobai, why do you think that these two are the culprit? But she is! She is so ominous! She is literally frightening. I mean, I know I did the trial by myself, because we were about to die if I didn't. But even so, you sure keep your brains only as decorations, don't you? Reason why Seobai is so fixed on Kanade being the culprit. Let's listen to what he has to say. Oh, what are we gonna use here? Well, there are a lot of reasons to suspect. The first was the state of the corpse. The state of the corpse? The dismembered corpse, you mean? What do you think was the cause of death? Huh? Thought it was dismemberment. We don't know about that yet, bro. The files didn't mention it. The file said something sharp was the murder weapon. Oh. So perhaps she was stabbed by a knife and then dismembered. And she'd have some traces of being stabbed on her body. Was there none? Every part of the body was checked. There weren't any traces of trauma on the body. Then how did Setsuka actually die? We'll disagree.
No, that's wrong. Wait, Nikkei, did you say that we searched through every body part? Yeah? It was hard for my eyes to do, but we managed to... What you said just reminded me. It seems like every part was carefully laid on the altar, but that's not the truth. One part, to be precise, the abdomen was missing. Right, Siobai? What are you asking me for? The girl's right. The body is missing from the hip up to the part below the chest. That was also written in the monochrome file, if I remember correctly. The area around the stomach was missing. Wait, the fact that they deliberately got rid of that part must mean that there was some clue on the abdomen area. Ah, maybe they stabbed her there. They might have tried to hide the cause of death. But why? I doubt there was a reason.
I don't believe it!
Important enough for them to hide that. There was, actually. And what's that? You might not know this, but the stabbing mark on the body is different depending on the hand that you use. To be short, you can determine whether the stabber is right-handed or left-handed using the marks. Really? But what does that have to do with hiding the cause of death? They say that only 10% of all people are left-handed. The majority are right-handed, and I reckon that this might be the likely cause amongst us as well. Now, what if the mark indicated that a left-handed person had stabbed the missing abdomen? You're suggesting that the culprit is left-handed? Kanade, I'm asking this just in case, but what hand do you usually use? My left hand. Bingo. That was amazing! That's so stupid. You thought all of that just from the missing abdomen? How in the world does your thought process work? There is one thing I would like to ask Siobai. How did you know that Kanade was left-handed? You did suspect her based on the fact that the culprit was left-handed, right? That girl did some performance thingy on the second island, right? In front of the shrine. The guitar she used was left-handed. You remember that from that long ago? Wait, maybe all this time you were just pretending that you weren't interested in us, but in reality, you were... Don't make me laugh. You might be under the impression that you have finally solved the case with your incredible intellect, but if we're talking about lefties, there are plenty of people here who are left-handed besides me. Like Iroha. Wait, what? Me? And how did you know I was left-handed? Wait, that doesn't matter right now. You always grip your pen with your left hand, right? How could anyone miss something that simple? And Siobai, you still haven't solved the contradiction of the gate records. You need to move a body from the pool of the ghost house in Block A somehow. Even with the inclusion of an accomplice in the crime, that is still possible. Yeah, the anime girl fists are like, I'm clinging to hope. I'm so sorry, Missy, but that ain't quite the case. What? Did you really think that I'd suspect you just from the stabbing marks? This is just a conviction. It's not like the abdomen was actually found and I had material proof of stab wounds. I just tried to come up with a reason why the culprit had to go through the hassle of getting rid of that part. Then, how did you solve the contradiction of the gate records? I'll go over them now. What do you think was the actual reason this contradiction occurred from both the ghost house and the pool in the first place? Well, an alive person must use their handbooks in order to go through the gate. But since Setsuka couldn't do that as she was dead, only the in records would get recorded. So, when we ruled out the places without any suspicious out records, only the pool and the guest house were left. Think about that once more. only a virtual ID gets saved on the gate record, right? You all assumed that the ID was Setsuka's just because it had no out records. So what? Tell us already! Hasty, eh? To put it simply, all the gate records of the attractions can be manipulated. What? Wait! The gates already require you to use your handbooks to enter or leave. How in the world did you manipulate that? Who said anything about using your own handbooks? Monochrome never once mentioned that you have to use your own handbook. He simply stated that you must use a handbook. Then that means... Yup, you can use a handbook of another person to go through the gates. Don't lie to us! How does that make any sense? Well, it does. I tried. When he borrowed Iroha's. Ah! So back when we first arrived on the third island. So, the reason you took Iroha's handbook was to try that out. Yeah. Everyone, do you know what this means? It means that our basis of the gate records was wrong from the start. But even if what Seobai said is true, it only became harder or even impossible for us to identify who was who. Nope. If you assume that the gate records were rigged and reverse the thinking process, the case begins to unfold. My theory is this. Setsuka Chiebukuro died at the pool, and the time of death was probably around this morning. Morning? Give me the records again. I'll go over them with you. Yeah. It's because the translation's really fucking weird. As you said, Setsuka Chiebukuro went somewhere by the culprit's request, and that was the pool. Not that. If you look at the pool gate records, Setsuka Chiebukuro's ID is probably IS3JZ2. So she was one of the people in the morning, and that's why they didn't talk about it. Okay. Went in at 8:45. DJ6SX7, or should I say, Mr. Kanade over there, entered 1 minute ahead of her. That would mean that Little Miss Sis on the left at 9:22, only 40 minutes to spare. And that's where the accomplice comes into play. I called out the twin sis as an accomplice, remember? 9:22 is exactly when she entered the pool. Using the handbook of her little sis. What? What's going on right now? I don't quite understand. Me too. Oh, I see. Kanade has her sis was waiting outside the handbook from inside. The gates only check if a human being passes through them, so objects do not matter. Little shit was shown the corpse by the sight. Oh. The little shit was shown the corpse by the slightly littler shit. And just as we were told, she receives a mental shock and loses her sanity. Becoming the best crime tool ever, an accomplice that loses her memory. After that, the littler shit left the swimming pool at 9:54, setting up the pool sign so that no one will enter. Wait, what? I thought that's... The out record at 9:54 was IS3JZ2. Wasn't that Setsuka? According to this theory, she would have already died at that point. Now that it's been confirmed that you can use a handbook that belongs to another, that would have been Hibiki using Setsuka's handbook. And what about after? The littler shit came back at 12:54, carrying the tools needed to dismember the corpse. She used her own handbook at this time. After spending about 5 hours cutting up the body, they both left at 17:24 and 17:25 with the body pieces. They probably got rid of the sign at that point. The little shit knows the sign over the gate at 17:24, and the littler shit put the sign back in the swimming pool and leaves at 17:25. It's as simple as that. Here, they can use their own handbooks this time. Now, what do you think will be the end result of the gate records if we follow these steps? The end result? Well, oh! Hibiki used Kanade's handbook when entering the pool, right? And since Kanade's ID already had an in record, it would show an out record. The fact that you can use anybody's handbook is so stupid. So when Hibiki left through the gates, the resulting output would have an in record. I see. So that's how the pool had an ID without an out record. If we apply Seobai's theory, the actual reality of the pool gate records would be like this. 8:45 and 8:44. Those two records here would be from Kanade and Setsuka, respectively. The out record at 9:22 was Hibiki using Kanade's handbook to enter. So, how did she get her handbook outside of the pool so that Hibiki could use it? Did she throw it? Is that allowed? The out record at 9:54 was Kanade using Setsuka's handbook to leave. And she entered with her own handbook with the tools at 12:54. Finally, after she dismembered the body, both she and Hibiki left at 17:25, 17:24 respectively. Here, even though Hibiki was already inside the pool, this was the first time she used her handbook on the gate, which resulted in output. Thus, the ID without an out record, NU3OD2, was not Setsuka, but actually Hibiki.
My motives are complex.
But it's getting a bit complicated. Could you give me a simpler explanation? Sora's explanation was simple enough. You couldn't even understand that? Well, she is an idiot after all. Wait, I get that you're assuming that the culprit used the time between 12:54 and 17:24 to dismember the body. You would need ample time after all, but it took 3 hours for the culprit to return to the pool from 9:54 to 12:54. And do you think that it would take 3 hours for me, the culprit according to your theory, just to find the dismemberment tools? Who cares? The signpost would have kept anyone away from the pool anyway. You had loads of time to spare. Iroha, you said that you saw Hibiki enter the ghost house a bit before 1800, right? So that must have been at 17:55, where they arrived from the swimming pool. It must have been that the twins moved the corpse to the ghost house. After all, the body was actually found there. But how? Come again? I told you this before. How would you move from block C to A without getting caught? The only thing Seobai deduced is how the gate records can be explained, and how the murder could have happened in the pool. Even he doesn't know how the body was moved, right?
She definitely has a point. Corpse had the head, body, both arms, hands, legs, and feet. 10 pieces altogether. How could you manage to move them without getting caught? First ever record of someone entering the ghost house was 1755. Since we have Iroha as a witness, we can surely say that it was Hibiki who entered at that time. And by Seobai's theory, the culprit left the pool at 1755, leaving only 30 minutes to move the body to the ghost house. But now that we know there was an accomplice, it would have taken half the time and effort to move all the body pieces, right?
So each carries 5 pieces total. Do you really think that's possible?
I'm sorry. Maybe we should have had some sort of bag that the corpse was inside. You know, the ones in movies and manga. The corpse!
And what if someone finds you? How are you going to explain it to them? What if they open the bag?
That really is the main problem. Forget the time constraints. You need to stealthily move the
Another
body
happy
without getting
customer.
caught.
Rusty PHX, thanks for the follow.
Ah! I just thought of an incredible situation.
What is it, Nikkei?
The monorail. We have the monorail that goes around the department in Satsuki Land. If they use that, it would take around 5 minutes from each department to department. And as a plus, you wouldn't even be seen. Oh, that's right. The monorail. Sure, you can use the monorail to move without being seen, and save time as well. But was it really possible for the culprit to use the monorails? Get the schedule! Nikkei, I'm afraid that's impossible. How come? It's definitely a possibility. No. By the theory we're going with, the culprit must have moved the corpse between 1725 and 1755. If you see the monorail timetable, you'll quickly see that the monorails weren't active at the time. What? Really? Monocro did say that the monorails were only active every other hour. That's probably right. I was at Satsuki Land early for the 1800 parade. But I don't recall seeing any monorails pass by. Monorail. Yeah, that's right. Newsy, you've said it. She used the monorails. What? But didn't Sora just say, shut up and listen. First, she leaves the pool at 1725 and moves the pieces to the Block C monorail station. This shouldn't take long, right? She would be moving within the same department. She then leaves the corpse there and uses Setsuka's handbook to call out Airhead Girl to the Mirrorhead Mansion. The Mirror Mansion, even. Then, the older sis moves to the ghost house at Block A to deliberate to be seen entering the ghost house by the Bubblehead Girl. She did it on purpose. Why do such a thing? Probably to accuse Hibiki as a culprit in the trial. And we actually did so in the beginning of the trial based on Iroha's account. Wait! Did you all think of me when you heard Bubblehead Girl? I mean, you are Bubblehead Girl after all. Mikado, why are you picking on Iroha? Why don't you pick on someone your own size, you worthless criminal? Go kill yourself! My broken heart. Will you shut up for a second? I'm trying to focus, goddammit. First 1755, the older sis enters the ghost house to cut the fuse and put out the fire to make the ghost house dark. I know, Natalie. I'm waiting for the intermission, then we gotta stop, but we're going strong. Next, she has to hurry, because there is another gate record only 2 minutes after she entered. Since she used Chiebukuro's handbook. When she entered, she used her own when leaving the place. This way, 2 in outputs get recorded, and she leaves no sign that she ever left the place.
Y'all saw the parade together at 1800, right? Yeah, I will say, right? I feel like they figured out the trial, but there's been enough truth bullets that haven't been addressed that I'm like, there's at least another hour of this. The littler shit goes to this. See that while the little shit goes the Block A monorail station. Monorail will start moving at 1800, so she rides it from Block A to C and carries the body parts back to Block A through monorail. This way, you'd be able to solve both the time and stealth issue. Amazing! It looked to be impossible at first, but now we have a clear grasp of what actually happened.
So, what next? Continue.
There's not much left after this. Hide the body parts somewhere near the ghost house. And after confirming that white hair over there left at 1936, go inside the ghost house with the body. Here, you again use Chieibakuro's handbook at the gate. Since they use Setsuka's handbook when first entering the ghost house, this time the resulting output would be an out record. Exactly. Everything left is simple. Set up the corpse on the altar and create a pool of blood using the blood packs. And then it's finished. The newly reformed ghost house with an actual corpse. Now the ghost house gate records until this point. This is... Tell us about the trash bag. Because... the fact you can use anybody's handbook makes us so stupid and imbalanced. They also never said how the handbook goes in and then in again. They never said they threw it to the person or whatever. How dumbstruck Hibiki is supposed to be following orders when she's like in a state of shock. This is really stupid. How is it? This is the result of the case. Kanade Otanakoji as the culprit and Hibiki Otanakoji as the evidence. It can't be! Honestly, if we consider Siobai's usual behavior into the account, it's hard to trust him, but it's logically sound and his reasoning is perfect. Kanade, are you really the culprit? Did you really murder Ska? And I helped you without any knowledge of that? What should I do? I don't know what to do. Sis, don't cry. That beardy hag is just talking nonsense. Got any rebuttals? Rebuttal? Are you really thinking to yourself that you really cracked the case? Let's get straight to the point. You're completely wrong. Full of contradictions, again. And to marvel at the stupidity of a theory? My, you all have questionable brains, don't you? What part of this is a contradiction? As much as this theory has holes, like it's Swiss cheese, the main problems are two big contradictions. Siobai, you told us that after leaving the pool, we left the body at the station and used the monorail to move the ghost house, right? And remind us, whose handbook did we use entering the ghost house? You said it was Setsuka's. And you think that's possible? It isn't possible? The culprit must have had her handbook ever since she was murdered. Everyone might be able to pass through the gates using someone else's handbooks, but only handbooks that are active are valid in this case. Ah.
Seobai? Shit, you're right. I made a mistake. How would you know that? You would not. Ah, I see. Even if you have Setsuka's handbook, only Setsuka herself can turn it on. Why does that matter? We had the same issue with Emma, but she used Kokoro's fingers. No, bro. That was possible because Emma cut and kept Kokoro's fingers. Seobai specifically said that the culprit left the corpse at the station. We're just revealing another detail that I already said. It's the suit. They were in the suit with the bag that had the corpse and probably the fucking iPad. According to this theory, you would never be able to turn Setsuka's handbook on at the ghost house. It takes a long time to arrive at Block A from C, even at running speed. Even if you use Setsuka's hand to turn on the handbook on before you leave, it'll be turned off by the time you reach the ghost house. You're right. As we discussed in the last trial, the touch screen of the handbook sleep mode requires the owner's fingerprints. Wait, speaking of Emma, why didn't the culprit use the method Yuki just mentioned? The method Yuki just mentioned? You mean cutting the fingers off and carrying them? Impossible. Setsuka's wrists were cut off. Her fingers were all fine. You mean we could just carry those hands to turn on the handbook? No, that's probably not it. Then we just have the problem of how to carry the body without getting caught. Even if hands are small compared to the whole body, they still have considerable size, and you're doomed if they bleed. There's too much at risk. Maybe they managed to luckily carry the body without getting caught. Really? Then let's assume that the culprit somehow solved this issue and let go over the next problem. Can we really go over the issue that easily? Well, actually, we have a much bigger problem here. Seobai said that the culprit hid the body parts near the ghost house to wait until Sora left the place. And may I ask you where that place is? How in the world can you find a place that has 10 body pieces? If there was a pile of body parts near the ghost house, anyone would have noticed it. It would seem unnatural if you hid it all inside a bag. But if you hide them separately, it would take time for the culprit to gather the pieces. You're not really going to say that the culprit also managed to go through this through luck as well, are you? Well, if you are, we have our trusty Sora. She searched every nook and cranny near the ghost house, right, Sora? Oh, yeah. I searched not only the inside of the house, but also the outside as I was leaving. If there was a corpse hidden near the ghost house, I probably would have noticed it right away. No, wait, maybe it's not the ghost house. Hide it somewhere else other than the ghost house? Or old Seobai. But we searched every other place as well. Sora, Iroha, and I searched basically everywhere in Block A, so there are no other options, Seobai. Dude, who do you think I'm suspecting here? If you're saying that you, who is a suspect, culprit, searched Block A, I mean, do I really need to say more? What do you mean? She just needs to hide the body in a place that she searched in. She's the culprit, and all she had to do is say there was nothing there. Fufu, so correct me if I'm wrong, Seobai. You're saying that the body was hidden at the complete opposite side of the park from the ghost house. The place I investigated was that area, the storehouse, and beyond. I hate to break it to you, little Seobai, but that's a bit too far away from the ghost house. Think. Little... Wait, what about that? Is there a problem with it being too far? You can't move the body around when there's everyone running around in Block A, right? Culprit must have moved the body parts at least after Sora left the ghost house, which is 1936. According to the gate records, the culprit carried the body parts 6 minutes later than 1942, right? So that's it. You hide the body parts too far from the ghost house, you wouldn't be able to retrieve them within the next 6 minutes. Sora even said that she looked outside the ghost house, so she would have stayed there for at least 1 to 2 minutes after that. So, we would only have found 4 to 5 minutes for the body to move. To move the body parts. If you want to move all 10 corpse pieces within that time limit, you would have had to hit it somewhere close to the ghost house. Wait, both Miss Older Sis and Younger Sis are in it together according to Siobai, right? Don't they move them together? I told you that's not possible. They would have to make 2 round trips even if there was an accomplice. Even in the case that we hid it in the nearest storehouse, which is what you did. It's impossible to make 2 round trips within 4 minutes, unless you have teleportation skills, that is. Teleportation? Then does that mean Mikado is... Wait. Even the rules mention I cannot use magic in murders. You do remember it, right? You haven't forgotten about it, or me, right? Then, what's actually going on here? Siobai, is there another way? See, they're all ignoring me. They're all ignoring you because you made such an idiotic comment. I think you mean they're ignoring you. Be quiet in the peanut gallery over there. Is Siobai's theory wrong? Nane definitely has a point there. What kind of method did the culprit actually use?
You'll never get out!
But like, we've known it's Kanade for about an hour and a half. If Snow used to do whatever you said, it would be impossible to move the corpse that fast. I guess Siobai's theory was wrong. Wait, that means the culprit actually managed to move the body without using the monorails. The only method to do so was just hope for the best and not get caught. Guess that's the only solution we have now. The gate records were rigged, right? In that case, the culprit stayed inside 2 minutes inside the ghost house between They hid the body, put the fuse during that time. It would make sense. Sora might have missed the corpse move because it was dark. After all, there were no other possibilities the culprit could use during the blackout. I didn't even have enough time to read that. Really? Okay. Something about the fuse box?
No, that's wrong? How does that disagree? Alright, guys, we are going super late on a night where I got work in the morning. I think I gotta throw in the towel. I was really hoping we would make it to intermission, but like, I don't know how long they can drag this out. Kanade basically admitted to doing it already. She's like, tell me how I did it. She got in the suit. She got in the fursuit. She did the braid. And then she got out with a bag down the chimney. Like, we already know. We literally already know. And this has just been dragging on. Second bad trial in a row. If I'm wrong, I will eat my words. But this game is hella predictable. Anyway, guys, I gotta go to bed. We'll play this next weekend. Have a good night.